I've updated the stream tags. Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream. On Twitch, StreamYeoman says, PlayCompile is now live streaming software and game development. Platform time, Unity Underground Train Sim.
Okay. So for whichever line we come in on, we'll turn that line off. Right, this isn't going to work because this is the start of the spline. And so we need to start by finding the tunnel geometry. And removing sections of it. So I programmed this specifically so I can do this. And then we need to bring the station into the tunnel. We find out where those tracks want to go. So those tracks want to go about there, right? So the front of the train goes, let's say the front of the train goes about there. So we need to make sure those tracks line up. It's not supposed to do bends though, but it's doing bends. Who's got the bends? That's about the best I can do. So we come along. We come along. Yeah, I mean, if we never look back, don't look back, don't look back. I don't want you to see me crying. Don't look back. We need like a better way to connect. Yeah, we need some tunnel connecting technology. Is what we need. The station looks a little big to me. Scale this down. Scale this down. If we go too small though, then it becomes harder to line up. So we've got to find like a happy medium. Yeah, that's actually fine, because this will be retextured anywhere. The track kind of sits mostly in the duct. We come along, we come along, we come along. Where does our track actually end? Is the subway blocking some of that out? Yeah. It's like it's tilted or something. Track actually goes to there though. Track actually goes to there. Kind of veers off a little bit. Ew. 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 Also, why is that got weird rotation on it? It should be at 0. Okay. That has a slight elevation on it. And then yeah, see, my script is being very naughty. The rail generator script has been very naughty here. I told it not to put inclines, declines, or curves at the end, and it hasn't listened to me from the looks of it. Unless this model isn't entirely straight. So it looks like the track, so the spline ends there. So the train will go to the end of the track there. Now we can visually clean that up with some extra track. That's not a problem. We can put like fake track at the end and then block this off or whatever. See, this one's an end station. That actually doesn't look too bad. Yeah, there is some weirdness there though. It's because the track's curved. It's not, the track's not supposed to curve at the end. Because also we would go this way, right? If we go in the other direction, we would go this way. So we need like, doesn't look too bad. It does look a bit weird. It's not too bad. I think if we make some kind of like smoothing, ballooning kind of thing, because obviously if you look at it closely you can see that, you know, it's just suddenly a fucking cylinder that we suddenly enter out of fucking nowhere. It's kind of weird. But we can make something that smooths that out. But if we were actually running the rail, I don't think it would look too bad. And then coming into the station. Hang on, we veered off. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Once it's all retextured. Yeah, then we'll come into the station. Stop about here. So now I need to... Yeah, I think that's manageable. Yeah, I need some kind of... See, I funneled the opening out. If we look at the model, out in 3ds Max, I've closed it now. I opened the tunnel up at the end so that we would have room for the geometry to like funnel in. The problem with that is it solves the problem in one direction and one direction only, so it solves the problem in this direction pretty much. It means you don't get any weird clipping or anything. But when we turn around to go back into the tunnel, we now have a new problem. Which is that we suddenly enter a pipe out of nowhere, which kind of looks very odd. I think the solution is a lot simpler than it sounds. The solution is to create a box with a round hole in the middle. But how big does the hole want to be? Isn't that the age-old question? Wants to be as small as... What? Why is it doing it that way? It's not the way I wanted it to be. Rotate it. Okay. Now the tunnel needs more overhead. It needs least it needs is the bottom. The least it needs is the bottom. I think something like that. Okay, in 3ds Max, this is a straightforward Boolean subtraction operation. The key is choosing the correct Boolean tool and clean up workflow so you do not end up with broken topology or shading artifacts. Below is the production safe way to do it. Method 1, Pro Boolean recommended. Position the cutter. Place your cylinder so it cleanly intersects the wall. Ensure the cylinder fully passes through the wall. Yeah, it does. Apply Pro Boolean. Select the wall. got to create geometry compound object. Where's geometry? Oh, there's compound. And there's pro cutter. Pro boolean. Pro boolean. Set operation to subtraction A to B. Subtraction A to B. Where am I looking? Oh, subtraction. Subtraction, but there's no A to B.
I was going to have a walk about the town, but,
thanks.
but it was too cold, so I couldn't.
Yeah. Is he not doing so good today?
No, I freeze the cold down, but Tommy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. Subtraction. How do I pick one to the other though? Display result, operands, apply operand material, retain original material, remove, reorder ops, change operation, extract selected. So I have subtraction. There's pick boolean. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, I just pick it. There you go. We did it. Yeah, that cylinder didn't have enough segments on it though. It's not very circle-like. So let's undo that. Shit. I'm stuck in this operation now. Okay, there's a way to change the number of segments, I think. Modifier list. Radius, height segments, sides 18. There you go. 32 is much more round. Yeah, this kind of needs to be as good as it can be. Let's try 64. There we go. So 64. So then I select the box. Then I go to modifiers. Then I go to was it modifiers? Compound. Pro boolean. Pick that. There you go. Then we get our circle in the wall. There we go. That's much more circle-like. That is already looking good, but it might be talking about like wrapping and stuff. So I did the whole. Set no edge removal off. Make operand off. Imprint edges on. Collapse and clean. Right click, convert to editable poly. Delete the original cylinder if it remains. It doesn't. Switch to polygon mode. Check inside faces. Delete any straight triangles if needed. I mean, that should be fine. It looks good to me. That's exactly what I want. You're the one that I want. So we'll save this as wall, tunnel cover, tunnel wall, tunnel. What is it? Tunnel block? Tunnel join. It's a tunnel join. I'm patenting it right now. I own the copyright on that. If you want to make one of these, you've got to pay me royalties, motherfucker. I now own this. This is patented. Tunnel join. I invented this. We're gonna go to Unity Projects, Underground, Assets, Models. We're gonna export our tunnel join. Okay. Okay. Go in. Bring our tunnel join into the system. Oh yes. I'm so excited for my tunnel join. Who wouldn't be excited for one of these? Everybody wants one of these. All I want for Christmas is a tunnel joiner. Even Mariah Carey sung about it. That's how much everybody wants one of these. Look at it. It's so good. It's such a great invention. So what you do is you place your tunnel joiner. First of all, you need to make sure you line up. Okay, we'll use this as the YouTube tutorial for Dragon's Den. Alright guys, so this is my tunnel joiner. Order now. Only $59.99. Free delivery. First thing you want to do is you want to line up the edge of your tunnel joiner with the edge of your tunnel. Okay. Then you want to bring it in front of your face like this and try and find the center of your tunnel. Then you just want to grow it. Look at this. Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? If it misaligns, line it up. Oh, frick yeah. Look at that. Oh, how good does that look? Can we just talk about how good that looks compared to how it did? And look at that. You've got a seamless tunnel joiner now. Now, obviously, you can move it wherever you want. If we want to slide it back a bit, we can. If we want to move it forward, we can. If we want to make it less deep, we can. Do whatever we want with this tunnel joiner. Alright, so let's see it now. So if we're going back in through the tunnel, woo, look at that. That looks fucking awesome. And it even cleaned up the look on the way in, look. Oh, that is fucking sick. What a great idea. And I now have a tunnel joiner. That tunnel joiner is sick. What a great thing I just made. Alright, I'm very proud of my tunnel joiner. Very proud. That looks great. That really cleaned up the visual joining of the. Oh, it looks great. Very proud of that. All right, so now it is time. It is time. We should probably join the tunnel on. I think it's part of the station. We'll add the tunnel joiner to the station. This isn't an NYC subway. This is a platform. Now this one in particular is actually, if we check our map, which I turned off actually, where it's the very first station on the very first route. So it's Bakerloo. Bakerloo. I don't remember the rest of the song. Bakerloo. Where the fuck is Bakerloo? Bakerloo, Route A. It's Harrow and Wealdstone. I can never remember the name of this fucking station. So let's call this. And these are going to live on platform models. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is see if we can get some of these textures back in. Now this model came with textures, but we might want to change some of them. Now sadly, sorry, I just can't stop. Right, we've got this one says railway trash can. Right, everything's got the material of railway trash can, and I'm not quite sure why. Okay, yeah, that's kind of a problem. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to write a script to help us with this. Unless I can fix it real quick by just quickly going in here. It's already got model name material. It didn't do as it was told. Okay. I'm going to create a tool called Create Mats to create the materials for this model, because something went wrong during export import. So we're going to fix it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give it a reference material called reference mat. Shut the fuck up. Right, and we're going to do void we're going to give it a public transform of model parent. So the first thing we're going to do is for each transform child in model parents, we're going to say mesh renderer. Yeah, we want access to the mesh renderer mr equals child get component mesh renderer, and for each mesh renderer name, here's what we want to do. Create a new material from reference mat. Assign material to the mesh renderer. Ensure saved for later editing. Okay. So I'm just going to ask Jibbity to finish this off for me. Can you help me finish this? My platform model lost all its materials on import. I need to create a material for each mesh renderer, so I can start retexturing it. Okay. Yes, this needs to be an editor-only utility because saving materials as assets is not permitted at runtime. Your logic is correct, it just needs to be finished using Unity Editor Asset Database. Below is a complete self-implementation followed by notes on usage and pitfalls. Okay. Is it putting a menu option in for me? How's this gonna work? Okay, so reference material, I'm just going to give it a standard URP. Now, why did I do that? The reason I did that is I do some projects in built-in, some projects in URP, some projects in HDRP. I don't want the script to define the pipeline. It should take a reference material so that we can set whatever pipeline we want in that material, and then materials for that pipeline will be created. That's why I did it that way. So I'm going to create a standard URP default material. So we're going to call it URP default. And it's already set to URP lit because we're in URP. That's literally all I have to do. So I'm going to give it that URP default. I'm going to give it the Harrow and Wheelstone transform. And did it give me a menu option? How are we doing this? It's still an on enable. Ah, that's fine. Where's it going to save the materials though? Assets, generated materials. That's fine, we can just move them later. Alright, it's going to save them in assets under generated materials. Alright, let's do it. So this will now go through and create materials for all of those objects. And assign them, hopefully. No reference, no. Yeah, so now bench points to generated materials bench. CCTV. Does that work outside of runtime? Did that return outside of runtime? No, it didn't. Okay, so let me delete those. It's fine. There's one step I need to do that I didn't do, that I didn't realize I needed to do. Okay, so we need to copy that and paste it again. Probably. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. Okay, so we should get our generated materials. We can copy out Harold and Wheelstone. I keep saying Wheelstone. It's Wheelstone, Weldstone. I don't know. I don't know why that keeps opening up, but it's freaking annoying. So there's our new Harrow and Wheelstone with the correctly assigned materials. So we can now delete that one. There we go. And these ones should have, yeah, bench 1, bench 2, bench 3. That's perfect. So we're going to rename generated materials to platform materials. And we're going to stick them in our materials folder. Or we could put them under the NYC substation low poly. Sure. I'll put them there. That's probably where they make the most sense. Alright, so now we have a material for every material. Hopefully, I have a texture, because I've tried to be clever about this. Hopefully we have a texture that's named after every material. So bench should be bench. Yes. also bench. CCTV bracket. Not so fortunate. It's probably just a fucking CCTV camera. It depends how it's wrapped, because there's like all detail subcolor. Let me set it to that purple one for now. The reason why is because I'm not noticing where that's applying. It might even be up these fucking stairs that we'll never see. Is there anything up these stairs? Oh, there it is. Oh my god, it's literally just a little bracket on the wall. It's literally just a little bracket on the wall. So, even that looks fine, I guess. There's a million materials that would work for this. Trash can. Yeah, the trash can's fine. We'll go with trash can, that's fine. Okay, CCTV head, I'm assuming is... Yeah. It's not all details. It's not railway details. It's not signs. Structure details. Floor. Train lights. Wires. Doors. Kiosk. Trash can. I already see it. I mean, we can make this look however we want. We can change this if we want. I'm just not really all that bothered. I think that looks fine to me. That honestly looks fine to me. Alright, next up, details, details. Details, details, my boy. I assume that's all details. Door, we saw a door. I adore you, my subway. Alright, let's see it. Where's the door? There's the door. Yeah, it's a nice door. It's a very nice door. End pillars. What would colour that? Let's find it first. Oh, that's these things. Okay. I think they want to be black. I think I want them to be black. I don't know what colour they'd be in real life, but in my station, I think I want them black. Alright, so let's get them in view where they're most seen, which is probably about here. And see what we like. What do we like? Honestly, even that's fine to me. Most of these would work. Grey. I prefer the emissive one. Floor metallic, that'll do. Hanging light. That's gonna be that motherfucker, is it? Or are those the pipes or the wires or whatever? Hanging light. Hang my lights. I would like you to hang my lights. Hang my lights. Light bars. That'll look right. That does not look right. Maybe light bars is not lights. That doesn't look right to me. Let's try something else. Structure details. That looks better, doesn't it? I don't think that's right either, to be honest. Let's get a good view of these lights. It's not that one. Oh, train lights? Oh, it's not train lights. All wires? Light bar hanging. That's got to be our boy. That's the boy. That's the boy, by Jove. Boy, oh boy, those lights sure do look good. Those lights sure do look good. I mean, they got black bulbs though, haven't they? Maybe we haven't gotten to that part yet. I think we probably have. We'll figure it out. We'll probably put real lights in there anyway, and like some emissive textures and whatnot. Some emissive shit. Kiosk. I saw a kiosk. Well, let's find the kiosk first. Let's make it pink so we can see it. There. Oh, that's that. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna want my own branding and stuff. This is probably where I'm gonna want the I want to put station name there. Or something. We need the station name all over the station, all over the platform. Okay, so the original texture would have been this one. Oh, that's pretty nice, I gotta say. Oh yeah. Of course, if you actually inspect it, it's Manhattan's map. So we might want to change that to the London Underground map. I mean, I don't know how much freedom the player's gonna have. I imagine you're just gonna pull up from like here, so you could probably still tell that's not London though, right? So yeah, we could change the map now actually. Let's do it. Alright, let's have a look at this texture then. While we're at it. Info kiosk. Oh bloody hell. Bloody hell. Look at that. Oh, that's our Manhattan map there, look. You don't want that. We want the London Underground, don't we, boy? Where's me London Underground? London Underground. That's not how you spell underground, my laddie. Not where I come from. You're missing half the fucking letters there, boy. A London Underground map. That's what we want, laddie. Alright, this is a good one. It's a bit small, isn't it? That's what she said. Hey! It's like a cock, only smaller. Alright, let's have a look then. What are we doing? We've got our London Underground map here, boy. Oh, bloody hell, that's a bit big, isn't it? Well, bagger me sideways, boy. The problem is, our map is landscape, but Manhattan's map is portrait. So I don't know how we're gonna reconcile that. I'd probably just scream, ah! Like that. That helps. Why have they got two? One for each side. Would you just flip the thing? That's a bit wasteful, innit? That's a bit bloody wasteful, innit, laddie? Oh, well, fuck me. How are we going to do this then? So our map's landscape, right? I guess we could have, like, the map on the top half and then something that just looks like general information. We're going to have to wing it. We're going to have to figure out how this is going to work. It's also very, very precise. Okay. Right, the first thing we need to do, don't apply that yet. What is going on with these bloody textures, laddie? Okay, the first thing we need to do is create a new layer. I meant to do that. It doesn't like me. It really doesn't like me. Ow, why would you do that? You come on, Photoshop, you're not that fucking dumb. Surely you can see a distinction there, can't you? Surely not, boy. Surely not, boy. This bloody thing's dumber than a bag of spoons. It can fucking spoon off is what it can do. Right, okay, well fuck you then. I'll do it manually, you wanker. You wanker. Right, let me think about this logically. I feel like the easiest way to do it is to start with the horizontal inside, right? So we take care of the horizontal inside. And then we do... That's the vertical inside. Then we do the horizontal inside. That sounds like a fucking euphemism. Yeah! Give me a sec. I'm not trying to fucking do anything or anything. Just drop everything I'm doing. Give me a second. Wow. Thanks. All right, thanks. Why would you make me go up and do all that just to tell me it's a fucking pizza? I already know it's a fucking pizza because I've got eyes. Don't even get me started. Right, okay, right, so... This seems like the best way to do it. And then what we can do is we can take care of the corners with a brush. Went over a bit there. Is that really no anti-alias option? Close enough.
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. What's red and bad for your teeth, a brick?
Thank you, Anafna. Actually, that would work, right? Because that encompasses... Yeah, that encompasses everything we want as well. Right, so now we have the selection area for the bottom map. Then we make a new layer for the top map. Oh, food in my body. Yeah, all there. It's not gonna let me do it. Okay, that does it. Shit. I don't think when I selected that bit. What the other corners? Why is Photoshop so dumb? Why is it so hard to just draw a fucking sensible shape over this? Like, seriously, but these brushes are fucking shit. Like, we always have to go overboard with fucking anti-aliasing and fucking every trick in the universe. But what if I just want hard edges? It's like, they've got to make everything so much more complicated than it needs to be. I got a crisp piece stuck in my cabinet now. That's fun. Why is it? And another thing is, why is it shaped like this? What the fuck is this shape here? Oh my god! Will you just fucking work for once? Jesus Christ! I do this pixel by pixel. It's getting so ridiculous. Right. We roughly have a selectable top map except that bit needs cleaning up. There we go. A selectable top map, a selectable bottom map. There's a gap there though. Now, fuck it, I can't be asked. I've spent too long on this as it is. Right, my London Underground map. What is the difference between these maps? Aren't these just repeats? That's the weirdest part. It's probably like for each side of the kiosk or whatever. Another one of these. You don't get much in them. I should also make these backgrounds white. Alright, we now have London Underground. That took way too long. We now have London Underground maps and timetables and stuff. Light bores! Light bores, me old chap! Oh, it's them over there, though. It's not actually the light, but it's not like the light bars. Yeah, that probably is a better texture for that. Pillar structure. Structure details. Utility box structure. Railway details. Railway details. Roof beams structure. London Underground has like a kind of color scheme to it though, right? Like their branding is like, if you look, it's kind of like white, this blue, and a lot of red. So I kind of feel like the roof beams might look better. They'll look more like London Underground-y if I make them kind of blue. Roof rows. Yeah, and again, these either go red or blue. We could even... How easy would it be to change the bench metal? Not that bad. I might even make the benches blue as well. Give it a second for it to show up. Yeah, this is something that, like, our British things tend to do, right? Like, even the kiosk, like, I feel like the kiosk would never just be a fucking black color. We'd always have to paint it some obnoxious color. And then it's always going to be branded, right? So, like, I can almost guarantee that a kiosk at a London Underground station see? How did I know it would be blue? This is what we do in England. This is quite unusual that this is kind of like wood looking, but I guess this is like a different brand, right? Finley's. Look, even the fucking ticket machines have to be surrounded with these big fucking blue. Everything has to be like branded and painted a color and I feel like the bench itself would actually be fucking blue. Or the bench could be red. Like, we would never have wood effect benches like that, I feel like, in England. It's too natural. Too warm and friendly. We have to have, like, the Keir Starmer, fuck you, Big Brother is watching, kind of, you know, we are branded and we own you, and we will make you sit on a fucking red painted bench because we can. Fuck you, you cunts, kind of thing. You know, that's the British way, I feel. How do I just make it generally darker? As soon as I go darker though, it starts turning back into wood. Oh, because I need to merge it, that's why. I don't know how I'd do that. You would think a darker red would just make it a darker red. But as soon as I make it a darker red, probably because I'm on lighten. There we go. I feel like that's what our benches would look like. Some obnoxious, like, branded, hideous monstrosity of a bench. Are you ready? The British way, you ready? I'll have to give it a month to update. Keep them in B there. Alright, our kiosk as well wouldn't be so friendly looking. This needs to be branded to hell and back. So I feel like, oh shit, you know, we still have that one open, right? Here's what we would do in Britain. We would take this and everything that is not this or this or any of the paper. So everything. Everything outside of this paper I've fucked this up, hang on. Alright, so basically, here's what we would do in Britain. All of this would be painted an obnoxious branded coloured blue. There's our London Underground blue. And this is all now forced to be this blue. There you go, that's what our kiosk would look like. There's our, see, I told you, there's our benches. That would definitely be our benches. That would definitely be our benches. Yeah. This is already looking way more British. And our kiosk is about to become an obnoxious blue. That's gonna look British as fuck. May as well have a cup of tea and a fucking pack of biscuits on top. I might add that. Alright, what's next? We're doing a great job here. The realism is phenomenal. Right, pillar structure. We already got that one set apparently. Rail utility boxes, railway, yeah. Roof beams, roof tile structure. How about we just start like lathering things in bright gaudy colors at this point? No, we don't want to go too crazy. Roof tile structure details. Well, that one is that one, but when I change this one, oh, it's that. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, those would probably be like fucking red or something. Or just the same obnoxious blue. Let's do them red. Holy fucking shit. This is really is starting to look British as fuck, isn't it? Oh my god. It's so... Oh my god, this is so British. I feel like I'm there. Alright, signs. Signs. Show me the signs. Here we go. This is beautiful. Right, so this is where we can brand each station. So this is 17th Street Station. That's way too American. What the fuck? No. Let me show you what it looks like. London Underground platform. Alright, let's see it, shall we? There we go. This is what we get. See, first of all, we have, yeah, they had, I think they still have, they have the London Underground logo with the station name in the, oh, so fucking stupid. And then they have them plastered all over like this one here. This is quite good though, because they put it in a strip and it goes all the way along. So as you're like whizzing past on the tube, that's quite good, because like, you know, you are kind of looking out for your stop, and then it's kind of obvious where you are. So I do like that one. Whereas you could kind of miss this one. So this is how the London Underground really does it. So it's got, and again, I told you, didn't I? It's all fucking red and blue. And everything's got to be painted and branded and obnoxious and... I don't know. So there it's like red line, blue line, big white middle, big station Arial font capital station name. And then like inverted. So we could do, I feel like the lid of this thing, the lid. We need to figure out where, it's all one material though. So we now need to get into this. Oh. And we need to figure out where everything is. Oh man, I hate these fucking things. Because the texture's all like... It's all rotated and shit. I almost feel like the sign itself is probably too American. We don't have signs like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, look at ours. We have this digital display, which, yeah, I probably want to add one of that. That would be quite cool. I can actually make that dynamic and stuff as well. We don't have like these. We don't have these like. We don't even have pillars to stick signs on. We just have these like, it's just a giant pipe. We just you're in a pipe, just plaster the letters along the pipe, paint it all red, paint it all blue. Right, job done. Our lads, cup of tea and biscuits. Let's go. Let's fucking go. We don't take time to erect pillars and stick signs on them. Are you joking me? We've got tea and biscuits to drink. You don't drink biscuits, but we're gonna have a go. So I'm wondering if I should just... I genuinely think I should delete... I like the sign, and that's probably why it's not the right choice. If I like it, it's probably not British enough. I think I should ditch the signs. I should probably ditch the fucking pillars, to be honest. I don't see no pillars in no tube stations. This is almost too American. We don't have pillars. Do you see a single pillar in any of these stations? We're anti-pillar. We're an anti-pillarist nation. Pillars are for the Romans. Look at us. We don't use pillars. Pillars. It's not fucking bedtime yet. What do you need a pillar for? See, we don't use pillars. Are you kidding me? I don't see a single pillar. I think the pillars need to go. So I think we delete the signs. This isn't tube station enough. Am I committing to this? I think I'm committing to this. Alright, I'm deleting the signs. Done. Deleted. The kiosk's nice. I like the kiosk. End pillars. Oh, they're different. They're different. They're alright. I suppose they're allowed. Pillar structure detail. So what are these? Oh no, these are all part of the subway roof. They modeled the pillars with the roof. There's no taking them out unless we go into model. Unless we start editing geometry. We might be stuck with the pillars. This is already looking very anti-British. I might need to edit the geometry here. Get rid of these pillars. How easy would it be to get rid of the pillars? It's all part of the roof. It's just not British enough. I genuinely proved it, right? There's not a single fucking pillar in any of these stations. We don't use pillars. This is too American looking. We can't have pillars. No one's going to believe it's Britain. Not a single person will believe it's Britain. These fucking pillars need to go. Because, you know why? Because, like, if we had pillars, drunk people would just, like, walk into them. That's why we don't have them. There's too many drunk people would just have accidents. Oh, this is very, very cumbersome. Can we just isolate? Right, we know it's part of subway roof, right? Probably a quicker way to do this, but I'm not really a 3DS Maxima. Okay. It should now be easier to get rid of the pillars. Okay, maybe not that easy. Let's start by getting rid of the bottom parts. Start by getting rid of the bottom parts. take these fucking pillars out. Pillars. I think not. How very, very anti-British. How jolly well American. I say. Pillars. Poppycock. Poppycock is what I say to pillars. It's a load of old poppycock. This fucking wall's in the way now. Oh, come on. How am I meant to select these motherfucking things now? If I take the pillars out, I think I end up with holes in the roof. Well, I say, jolly good. We'll stick a giant biscuit in it. We'll stick a giant biscuit where the pillars were. That's what I say, old chap. Giant biscuit fills the hole. That's what my mother used to say. Somebody spent a long time making these pillars. No one's going to rip them out. How do you do this? How do I just select doors? Okay, I left one in. What if I do element? It's a load of old poppycock. There you go. I just need to select them like this. Oh, good job, old chap. Get rid of those nasty pillars. We'll just put a giant biscuit where the pillar used to be, old chap. Yes, jolly good. Where am I in geometry now? I'm lost. I got lost in the source. Oh, you can see you can see I'm a Brit. See, look at how good I am at deleting these pillars. That's because I'm British. I was born in an anti-pillarist estate establishment, and so removing these pillars is just like, it just comes naturally to me. Just like drinking a cup of tea. I did it. Now are we left with some holes? Yes. Is that bad? Maybe. Turn these all back on now. There's probably a quick... Can I not just select them all and like... I don't see a way to do that. Oh, look at that old chap. Oh, that's very intuitive. I like that. Alright, let's save this, our change. Export it. Jolly good old chap. Jolly good old chap. What a spiffing old job you did there, old. Oh, what a spiffing job. Look at this. It's looking so much more British already. Look at all the open space. Look at that. What a jolly nice tube station. Oh, jolly good old chap. Right, what else have we got? Yeah, so signs, we got rid of the signs. We do have signs in Britain, but we plaster them in gaudy colours all over the walls, right? Yeah, we don't have physical signs on pillars. Good lord. How terribly un-British, I say. How bloody well un-British of you. Alright, stairs. Maybe part of structure. Do they look like good stairs? They look like British stairs. Yeah, I guess. I don't know if that's right. I'm seeing some strange... I suppose, yeah, are they supposed to be like the front? I don't know whether that's right or not. What material did I just change? Stairs, subway, floor. Oh, it's probably subway floor. Or do we have something specifically for stairs? It's probably the subway floor one. Does that look better? Yeah, probably, because that yellow one at the top is probably... Is that a very New Yorky thing to do? Oh, I say. Yeah, the bottom step and the yellow and the top step are like yellow. Is that like an American thing? Ooh, I don't know whether we'll get away with that. Nah, I can imagine us doing something weird like that as well, to be fair. I can imagine us doing something weird like that. Alright. I feel like these lights are wrong though. These lights would be red. We're not black lights. Hanging lights. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. This is looking much more British. Look at that. Look at how gaudy everything looks. That's so much more British.
Bladixian says, "Howdy Cappy, how are you today?"
Jolly good old chap. I'm converting a New York subway and I'm Britishizing it for my underground railway simulator. So yes, it's been very... I've learned a lot. The first thing I noticed is we don't do pillars, okay? This New York substation had pillars and like physical signs. We don't do that in Britain. Do you see a single pillar in any of these stations? We are very anti-pillar. We're a very anti-pillarist nation. So I had to go into the geometry and actually physically remove all the pillars and the signs. And then we also plaster these big obnoxious letters like all over the walls. That's how we do signs. That's the very British way to do it. So yeah, I'm converting.
Noted, I made my first GIF with AI the other day. It was pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah. Nice. Which one's did you use Comfy UI? Okay, we're now on to. So that was stairs floor, wasn't it? Oh no, this one's now the floor. So is that all details? No. Oh no, there is a floor.
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse.
Oh, there
The
we go.
other
What do we
day,
have?
my wife asked me to pass her lipstick, but I accidentally passed her a glue stick. She still isn't talking to me.
Oh, would we have yellow light? Maybe we would. Yeah, we do.
Dixian says, "No, I was just browsing Reddit to see AI video recommended just to try it and found an actual free source that had enough token to give you 2 or 3 short GIFs as a try."
Oh, that's cool. Did you make like a emote type thing with it? Yeah, that's cool. I made. Do you want to see my Suomi wallpaper? I made. Speaking of which, this Majo, I didn't use
Yeah,
the
pretty
AI.
much just a short GIF.
I made a Suomi wallpaper. There we go. Now, I started using a Laura. Actually, I can probably find. Where's my Laura's? If I run my stability matrix, I can find my output folder. But it kept fucking it up, right? She always had like too many fingers, or there was always something wrong with the output. So I did download.
It looks pretty dope,
Laura.
honestly.
Well, this one I made with the model, so I ended up giving up on Stable Diffusion. Yours look pretty dope as well. Yeah, so I ended up downloading the PMX model and then making my wallpaper with my traditional like 3D software and stuff. But I'm quite happy with the outcome. I think that looks really cool. I might add that as my new weight screen. I don't know. I might do. It's pretty cool. But yeah, when I was doing the Laura though, I'll show you the outputs. Like there was always something like some mistake with it, and I couldn't get it to do it. You might have more experience than I do with Laura's. I'm not very experienced with them. But yeah, no matter what, there was always something was like technically wrong with it. Like too many fingers, an extra arm, like some freaking thing was like, you know, ruining it. So that I ended up just giving up and making one myself with my model. Yeah, I'll update you later because you take too long.
Yeah, for me, Stable hasn't been performing like it was supposed to.
Yeah, I was very disappointed with it the other day when I tried to use a Laura. I was getting much better results with Paimon. The Paimon Laura. But yeah, I guess sometimes it's just hit and miss, isn't it? It takes ages to start up as well for some stupid reason. I swear it didn't used to take this long.
I think the latest update kind of broke it up.
Yeah, I think so too. It's like mine's really slow now. And it wasn't slow before. There is an update there though. And I don't know, it just... Right, which one was the latest one? This one. That was my backgrounds. So it must have been the day before. Yeah, here we go. So this was my normal prompt. And then I remembered... These ones look better actually, but not for wallpapers. Then I remembered your prompt. So I grabbed your prompt from my Paimon thing. And I kind of liked some of these, but what I needed was something where she was far back enough so I could crop it sideways. So something like that maybe. But then everyone had like a problem with it. So the ones I really liked.
I remember in 2024 when I first started it was fast and good. Now half the generations are slow, choppy, messed up,
Yeah, like...
and SDFF.
Like, there's something going on with the foot here that kind of ruins this one. The body's all twisted and weird here. There's 3 feet on this one. The one I really liked she had like one boob that was way bigger than the other one, and it's 3 arms on this one, 3 arms on this one, all twisted weird ass body proportions here. 50 breasts on this one. Like there's something wrong with nearly every one of these. An extra arm on this one, and I'm like, why is it struggling so fucking much? So yeah, there was one I liked. You probably see I was trying to refine one. Where was that? And it would just get something wrong on every single version. Yeah, this is the one I was trying to refine, so I tried like varying.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to do some AI gen here in a bit. I don't know why I can't get it to work as intended, it seems.
Yeah, this was behaving like shit. There's like too many fingers on this one, too many arms on this one. This one finally got 2 arms. But then, if you look at the boob proportion, look at all the arms. It's crazy. When I finally thought I got a good one, I looked at it and I thought, well, the boobs are wrong because, like, if you look at this, if you look at the width of
that
the
prompt
boob
is
there,
nice and simple too. Just Sammy lying on bed looking at viewer, basically.
I think it'll tell me what my prompt was one at. It wasn't even that crazy. It was just something like, saw me laying on bed. I think been cheated before. Best quality, one girl laying on bed.
Well, it always messes up when you add more than one character or add backgrounds that are detailed.
And I even tried like 2 hands. Like, the prompt's not even that big. Best quality, masterpiece, high res. Solo looking at viewer smiling, one girl laying on bed, lingerie, Suomi blonde hair, otherwise. And I think I added sexy as well. I wanted like a sexy pose or something. And then like just the negative.
Yeah, my character's hair details prompts are longer than your hair. Then your prompt.
Yeah, so I didn't have much luck with that. I don't know whether the model was just garbage. But I ended up making a good wallpaper with the model. The model was really cool. So that was good. Right, back to making this very British, I guess. What's that? Is that some type? Mind your step. That's alright, I guess. Alright, this is starting to look Subway-like now. Well, tube-like. We need to plaster the signs all over, though. We need to plaster all the signs. Wires.
It may have been a garbage Laura. I think lots the newer ones are lower quality than Backgun. Cause Backgun Stable was a more relevant source of creation.
Yeah, also me being British, I get my, I'm now banned from using Civet AI because of the child safety thing. So Civet AI have actually stopped us from accessing it in the UK, so I have to use a VPN as well. And then my free VPN that I was using is now trying to charge money. So yeah, I ended up getting a really weird Laura. I can't remember which one it was, because I found a couple of them.
It does have dirty content, so fair enough technically.
So I can't,
but annoying nonetheless.
I couldn't get this one. I couldn't get this one because access restricted for UK visitors. So I think I ended up having to get this one. Yeah, I think this is the one I got on a different website. Yeah, this was the one that I got, and I don't think it's very good. And then I found this one, but I don't think I wanted to join this Chinese site for it, so I couldn't read any of it either, so I wasn't sure if you could download it. Oh, I think this is the one where they they give you credits and you have to do it on the website, and there was no download link for the Laura. This one looks a lot better though. That one's cute. Yeah, this one looks a lot better. but there's no like download link for it. It was like one that you have to use on the website, and then I stopped getting results after that. So maybe the one on Civet AI is good. I just can't download it right now until I find a VPN that's free for the UK. Oh. Yeah, that one's not very good though.
Yet maybe I'll have a look around and see if a user mentions the poor performance lately.
Yeah, there was an update there for me. Tunnel signs, trash can. Yeah, that would. I think we'd probably have a trash can that looks like that. I think. Yeah, I can see us having a trash can that looks like that. I think this is mostly done now. I've just got to put the station signage and like the underground branding everywhere just to make it look legit. But yeah, this looks pretty good. So basically what I've done, this is nuts by the way, I've done this in a week. So what I've done is...
I had an update, but it says my SD is just loading the update forever. So not a good sign. I even downloaded another diffuser again, but it worse than the last one.
I'm remodeling pretty much most of the London Underground. So I actually have the London Underground map, and I've run railways along all the rail lines and routes and everything that connects stations to stations. And so my game's going to actually literally simulate like the London Underground and the London train network. And I'll probably try and put some gameplay around that. So right now I'm just trying to like make all the station assets. But yeah, this is pretty cool actually. So we should be able to, let me see. I think I still need map model on though, don't I? For this to work. Actually, I don't know if I do. Okay, I get a null reference exception, probably because I do need the map model on for now. It's kind of annoying. If I turn the map model on, though, it should work. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait, I need the central line on. I have the central line turned off. Central. Where's my tunnel geometry? Where the hell is core? Oh, core becomes do not destroy unload. Tunnel curves. Central route A. There we go. But my occlusion culling is bugging out. Why is my occlusion culling bugging out? I need to change the settings on it. So if I turn occlusion culling off, there we go. Yeah, so these are actually like running real routes, so my train should be somewhere along there. And it's gonna actually run the central line. So I think that's quite cool. And it's all procedurally generated as well. So I kind of map the points. Yeah, there I am. running along past Oxford Circus. It's going to look way better once I add all the station platforms in. I also am aware though that it might also end up being the most boring video game ever made. Because like it was cool as a technical challenge, but in the same way that like No Man's Sky is kind of like, just because it's cool doesn't necessarily mean. Oh, that was supposed to be at -1. Yeah, that's supposed to be like about there. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. I'm trying to sort my camera out. Well, anyway, I've obviously got weird things I can tweak. Did I actually rotate that? I didn't mean to. Oh, I need to fix the uphill, downhill train rotation as well. There's quite a lot I need to do. But yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Especially once they add the minimap and then you can see where you actually are on the tube network. It should be quite cool. So yours isn't updating. Why do I have 2 of these? So I would have thought that they had subway roof as a separate material, but they don't. I think that's supposed to be the texture. But that looks kind of jingy. Why is it such a low resolution though? They put so much detail into the rest of it, but then they made that really low resolution. That seems kind of weird. Okay, it looks like mine updated. And then Stable Diffusion wants an update as well. Web UI. I never update my Comfy UI because the last time I did it broke everything. So not without doing lots of backups and checks that all my shit still fucking works.
I think I will play with Comfy for a little while just to change it up.
Well, let me know if you find a good Suomi, Laura, because... Yeah, I was in the mood to make some, like... I just wanted to make a Suomi wallpaper to take a break from all my coding and stuff. I was like, oh, that'll be fun to do for a bit. And it ended up being, like I say, I mean, just an absolute shit show. Couldn't get a decent image out of it.
Yeah, I just finished my Pikmin speedrun for this year. Took about 50 plus hours, so now I'm burnt out from gaming.
Yeah. Well, I think, what do they call it? Overfield or whatever it's called? Not Overfield. Endfield comes out soon. When does Endfield come out? It's next month. Pretty sure it's early. Endfield release date. Oh, 22nd of January. That's quite a while away. I thought it was like in the first week of January, but it's not. I suppose it's like a month away yet. No, it's because the textures look like shit. Yeah, these textures are shit. That's why it looks like that. Also, there's a very small area dedicated to the actual wall textures. And the UV wrapping makes no sense. They've flipped it this way, then they've flipped it this way, then they've flipped it this way. That is a very bad UV map. No wonder it looks like shit. It's like all over the fucking place. Yeah, the UV wrapping on this is dreadful. I think I'm happier leaving it untextured. I'll just dim it down a tiny little bit. So it's not like perfect white, because it looks a bit more realistic like that. And then I could give it like some general noise. Probably the best... Right, it should be all updated. Yeah, I used to be able to get... I still says downloads 1. That's probably my Comfy UI, which I don't want to update yet. I used to be able to get the Lauras and models and whatever through here, though. But now... I can't even do that. Because Civet AI just blocks me. Because I'm in the UK. So, even if I found Suomi through this, I can't even get her through there. Which is kind of annoying. Yeah, so it was on the Illustrious model. Error. Maybe because it's loading Illustrious. Yeah. Suomi. And because I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to prompting, every time I do this, I have to go into my Unity backup projects go into Paimon Ronba and bring your prompt example up from all that time ago, just because I can never fucking remember what it is I'm supposed to put, and then like make it fit what I actually want. I don't know why breaks in there. I think that's like that snuck its way in. So this isn't Paimon. Solo. Also, I learned the one girl thing. She's blonde hair, blue eyes. One girl laying on bed, smiling. How about that?
I always use solo one girl.
I don't mind NSFW because this is personal wallpaper. And then do I just leave it at 512, 512?
$768x1024 is my recommended.
For a wallpaper, it needs to be the other way around, doesn't it? It needs to be wider. Let's try it the other way around then. Let's see what we get.
You can flip either way and should work.
I think it depends what it was trained on as well. This is the other problem. Sometimes they're trained on squares. 512 by 512. Wait, what the fuck? That's not Suomi. Oh, I never put Suomi, that's why. I'm just getting some random bitch. Who has a moon head? A moon head! Look at your moon head!
Girls from Time 2. Exilium.
Well, I'm using her Laura, so as long as I use her trigger word, I think that should work.
Using the game name sometimes can help with the style.
Oh, then I should put Snowbreak then. And get some extra saucy styles. Snowbreak should just be butt naked. I mean, it's alright. Seems to have two mouths though.
Like if I was doing Danganronpa Junkalura. It's still good to put Danganronpa anyways.
It put too many bunny ears on her hairpiece. That's supposed to be two bunny ears. And her ear looks a bit weird. Oh, I didn't put lingerie, so she's gonna just be fully clothed. That's no fun. Lingerie. Let's go. Otherwise she's always going to be wearing this blue fucking bodysuit or whatever the fuck it is. It's supposed to be. Signature clothes, I guess. Oh, now we're talking. It's way more exciting. Yeah, I don't know. Is it any better than before? Like, look at all the lines on the head, though. Like, what's with all... She's like a wrinkly old woman. What's with all the lines on the head?
Oh, and sampling should be U or A.
All these lines on the head. U or A. It depends, like I say. Yeah, I don't think sampling affects the generation that much. It's more to do with the rendering method. I'm not that impressed. I just think it might be a shit Laura. It might just be a shit Laura. I think the fact that it was trained on Illustrious is like the first fucking
10 high-res steps.
Well, to be honest, I shouldn't be high-resing it at all, because at the moment I'm only interested in what it's outputting. I don't really care about upscaling it, to be fair. And again, all that's going to affect is the upscaling, not the generation. So I suppose the first job is to get it to make better stuff before trying to make the shit stuff look perfect, because it's gonna look shit anyway. Garbage in, garbage out, right? If it's generating garbage, then it's generating garbage. Like, yeah, if I was going for the final thing, then it's probably worth waiting all that extra time. But I mean, that one looks a bit better. That one doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it's good. See how much faster it's going now that I'm not upscaling it.
Yeah, for some reason I think Euler helped with those little detail lines like hair and stuff.
Yeah, like I say, I'm mainly interested in what it's outputting though. Because before it was outputting like 3 hands and 3 tits and fucking just all kinds of fucking nonsense. It does seem better than it was though. It's definitely better than it was, I think. Yeah, that one looks pretty good.
Yeah, shouldn't be doing that really.
Yeah, I think it's doing a much better job than it was. Maybe, like you say, maybe there was a dodgy fucking update that seems a lot better now. That looks much better than it did. Although, I mean, this one's fucked up the arms still. It's put both the arms like... I don't know, this doesn't look right.
Let me see what my sounding would come out like.
Some of these are alright. I think I do like that one the best. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's definitely doing a better job than it was. It's definitely better than it was. I think an update's improved it or something. I don't know. Definitely better than it was. I was going to generate noise for the walls, but the problem with the walls is its UV wrapping is kind of shite. I wonder if there's any way to edit UV wrapping directly inside of UV.
Oh, and you can save all the settings on stable so you don't have to re-input your settings every time.
How'd you do that?
When you have stable open, go to settings, find defaults, put all your desired prompts in, and settings, then apply.
Output directories.
I think it's at the bottom.
Defaults. Is it just stable diffusion, maybe? I don't know. There's image to image, but I normally do text to image. Paths for saving. Saving images to grid. Saving to a directory. Compatibility. This thing is way too convoluted. Stable diffusion.
Should be just click defaults and it opens a page. For some reason, clicking the open all page broke it.
Yeah, when I click defaults, nothing happens.
Now scroll up.
I just refreshed it. Yeah, when I click defaults, nothing happens.
It's like one sentence at the top of page.
Why do they so complicate this?
Apply saves everything.
I mean, at the top of the page, all you've got is apply settings, reload UI. And then these are all directories. So, I don't know.
Click default. Then scroll up and read.
Yeah, like I said, I've told you though, if I click default, watch, clicked it, that's all I get.
Apply.
Oh, for whatever's in there now.
Bottom right orange.
Oh, so basically it'll... I didn't though, it wiped it all out. Oh, because I refreshed it probably. Ugh.
Yeah, that's how you save your entire thing.
Okay, that wasn't clear. That wasn't clear that that's what I was doing. I thought it was going to ask me for fields like, you know, default prompt and whatever else. That would be the...
Yeah, I just learned by fooling around with it.
I don't use this very often. I very rarely use it. I don't know, I guess whatever I would have in there. What was it? 1024.768?
Yes.
Shouldn't that have loaded back in? So it doesn't save the prompt, no, because it's didn't save anything. Do you have to load them back in, or? So I did it and it said whatever 14%.
Yeah, it's supposed to save it and open every time from then on.
Yeah, it didn't. Well, as soon
On
as
YouTube at Pika QuickTime 787 says, Hi Eka Loha.
Hello. Yeah, I don't know. Mine's not working. Whatever. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. Whatever. Anyway, I need to get on with this. Otherwise, I'm going to be here all day. Right, close this. Close. Close. Right, what was I doing? London Underground sign. One came up. And then it disappeared again. Probably because I said downloadable. Okay. Why wouldn't these be downloadable? I can download these though. Because I have a naughty little program that does that, which is cool. I mean, these aren't even really all that good anyway. Like, look at the fucking thingy on that. I could probably model something better myself. Honestly. If I create... Oh, there's actually a tube object. Okay. Sides 64. That's probably, yeah, that's probably too wide.
A big chest game caught announced less than a day ago called Taman and Squad, and we know who will be playing it so far if I was going to guess.
You. Yeah, I guess you'd play it as well.
Estuni.
I thought that was Pika telling me about a new game. Oh, it was Pika telling me about a new game. I thought it was. Pika knows about all these weird games that nobody else has ever heard of. Right, I put it at 0, 0, 0 and I've lost it. Where the fuck? How do I reset my camera? Can you focus on a thing? Yeah, F is front though. I don't want front. Also, why is it only showing me wire mesh now?
Tiananmen is hentai game where girls get tentacled.
How the fuck do I see everything? Oh god fucking damn it. Why is it stuck in wire mesh mode now? Right, wireframe, default shading, there we go, right. So, does that look like about the thickness of the thing? Probably. Right, and then I need a box.
Not me, but you know who likes big chest characters though, but it looks interesting though.
Does it? What makes it look interesting? I never even heard of it. Why is it made it paper fucking thin? Just ah! Wow, this is frustrating. It's at like 12 billion times thickness. Right, well fuck you then. Right, start again. God, I hate 3D software. It's all so fucking awkward to use. Create primitive box. I want to go 2 squares this way. One square and a bit that way, and 1 square and a bit that way. Right, that is the base. Now it should
Classic,
ask
that's
me-
why after 7 years of it I was doing.
It's supposed to ask me for the rest of the dimensions and it didn't. Why didn't it ask me for the rest of the dimensions? Oh my god, I'm going to fucking kill somebody in a minute. Right. This is being such a twat to me. Right, try doing it from this angle so I can actually fucking... It's also hard to tell where the center is now though, because it's at a weird fucking angle. Whatever, just try and do it there. We might have to move it. So that's the base. Right, there we go. We need a similar thickness. Because I'll push it back down into it. And then we'll push it back down into it. That's the wrong. What is happening? Oh, the blue transform. Blue transform. There we go. Fucking hell, why is that so awkward to do? Right, there we go. That would need a separate material. Although if it's its own separate object, which it is, then I guess it doesn't matter because I can thingy it anywhere. Is that high enough? Depends. I would have the station name in there though. Yeah, that seems fine. I think that's probably fine. What the fuck is this? But that just makes it bigger. Yeah, I suppose it would. I don't know whether this is a bit thick enough. Looks like it's actually a bit thicker in the real world, but I don't know how I'd change that now. It'll have to do.
How's your project going so far since we're only 3 days away to the new year 2026?
Those should have their own separate materials, I think. It's fine. 3D logo to FBX. Right, it's 3D logo to FBX. Not sure. What is this fucking... I'll kill your mother. I'll kill your mother. Kill her dad. Fuck your head up. It's very fuzzy. There we go. Right, so we have a logo. So on the import settings, you need to go legacy, model name, model material. It should create the necessary materials. 3D logo, no name. It's used all one material, hasn't it? You fucking numpty piece of shit. Why would it do that? That's so pathetic. I hate this thing. Right, so how do I give it a different material? Why would it automatically share the same material? Box, hierarchy, PRS parameters, display. Where the fuck do you assign materials?
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. Which state has the most streets? Rhode Island. Posted a link.
Looks good. Looks good. You always go portrait. I wonder if that gives you different results. Yeah, if I want to do a wallpaper though, I have to go the other dimension. Are you using the same lore I'm using, or are you using the one off Civet? What was I doing?
Read the link, lol.
Read the link. What link? It says Suomi no Laura. I don't know what you mean. Well, so it's just you prompting Suomi in a model directly, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to mess around with the Lauras. Did I paste that in? No, that's the thing where it created the new materials. Right, I'm creating the underground logo in 3ds Max. I made a ring, I made a box. When important to Unity, they both share the same material. How do I have them use different materials?
Posted a link.
This is a material ID, submaterial issue on the 3ds Max side. Unity is behaving correctly. It is importing exactly what Max is exporting, one material assignment, so both meshes end up sharing it. You have two clean solutions. Which you choose depends on whether you want one mesh with multiple materials or separate meshes with their own materials. Option A, one mesh, two materials. No, it's already two separate objects though. Yeah, no, I don't give a shit about it being a single mesh. Option B, separate meshes, separate materials. Recommended if the logo pieces animate independently. Assign materials before export. Assign a different standard physical material to the ring. How? That's what I'm asking you, you fucking fool. If I knew how to do that...
Atikakwood787 asks, are you putting characters into your train game just like the train gadget did, Cappy?
I don't know, I'm not that far in. Separate meshes, separate materials. Recommended if the logo piece is animated. Assign materials before export. Assign a different standard physical material to ring and box. Yeah, but what I'm fucking asking you... How do I actually assign a material in 3ds Max? Can you give me the steps? If I knew how to do that, I wouldn't be fucking asking for your help, would I? In 3ds Max, press M. I'm just supposed to know that. I'm supposed to know that you just press M. M doesn't do shit. You're lying to me. It doesn't do shit. Do I have to be in something? Oh, you have to press it
lying.
You have to press it 1,000 times before it shows up. Yeah, if you press M exactly 16 times during a total eclipse while sitting on a whoopee cushion and chanting Kumbaya, then the material editor opens up. Fuck's sake, it's so dumb. Right, whatever. Right, so that opens a material thing. Create a material. Pick from object, get from selected. Create a material. Slate material editor. Is this even the right thing? Materials maps. I don't even see a way to create a material in here. All there is it, do I want to be in the slate material editor? Pick from object, get from selected, get all scene materials. Physical material blend. Like, I don't want anything weird. I just want 2 separate materials I can fucking edit in Unity. Why are you making it so complicated? Fuck's sake. Do I select anything first? Press M. This opens the material editor. It fucking doesn't. The slate material editor. Now, maybe that's what it means. But if this is what it means, then it also said the next step was to create a material. How the fuck do you create a material? Because under material, you've just got pick from object, get from selected, get all scene materials. There is no create material. Is this creating a new material, maybe? Physical material.
Okay.
Some posted a link.
Let's go. I'm the diamond. I'm the ring. I'm the treasure.
It's not the same one.
I know your secret. Your dream. I steal your heart. Don't blame me coming. Look at me.
Oh, it's way better with the Laura though.
Real magic in reality.
Yeah.
Look at you. I
She
can
looks a
see
little bit
we're thirsty
more.
and we're about losing me. Look at me. You can't see we're drinking, spinning fantasy. Look at me carefully. I have everything you want. I'm everything.
Yeah, all I changed was adding the Laura.
Who comes up with these interfaces, really? What kind of fucking interface is this? This is the worst interface I've ever seen. Well, I don't know if it's the worst I've ever seen, but it's pretty fucking bad. Like, what are we even doing? Like, why is it this complicated just to set 2 separate materials?
Yeah, tragically bad.
This is fucking dreadful. I can't believe it's this much of a pain in the ass just to assign 2 separate materials. This is fucking insane. Right, create a material using compact material editor, simplest. Click on an empty material slot. Are we still meant to be in use compact or slate mode? The steps apply to both. Well, like I have a choice. Apparently there's a compact mode, but it doesn't tell me how to activate it. I'm in slate mode. This is the most convoluted shit I've ever seen in my entire life. This is so ridiculous. Okay, I don't know how to put it into compact mode. It doesn't tell me. Oh, modes. Okay, compact material editor. Okay, so this is compact mode, apparently. Okay. Now what? Click on an empty material slot. Are these the empty material slots? I would guess they are, I suppose. So click on an empty material slot. So there's already one in. Right. Click the material type button. Is that this default physical material? Or is that this? Right, physical material standard, etc. I mean, physical material, I guess. I don't see a standard. I don't know what the difference is between these things. Like, okay, I kind of know what PBR is. But why, like, I don't know, why is there like 60,000 types of materials? Choose the material type you want. Physical material, modern default. Or standard, fine for Unity export. I don't even see standard. You now have a material ready to assign. Well, where do I name it? What? That makes no sense. How does that make sense? Oh my god. So according to GPT, right, the way to create a new material is just literally by clicking a blank material in a slot, because physical material was already set. We didn't name it or anything. But then what's the point in 6 slots? If you have 6 slots, don't you have 6 materials anyway? Or does clicking them do something magic to, like, you know, actually make it available now? I don't know, it just seems fucking weird and the most unintuitive thing I've ever heard in my life. Okay, so apparently that means we now have materials, even though that didn't make any sense at all. Assign the material to the object. Select the object in the viewport. In the material editor, click Assign Material to Selection. Click the object. Right, I'm in the object. In the material editor. In the material editor, this one. Oh, so I click, so I can say this wants this material and this wants this material. Is that what that's doing? No, because they don't change. What? I still don't understand. In the material editor, click Assign Material to Selection. What the fuck is that? Assign to selection, or you can press A. Okay, so I press box. I press A. Right, now that's that and that's that. That is so fucking weird. But okay. I thought it would be somewhere in properties. Like, that would make the most sense intuitively. So now if I export that back out again, it should have 2 separate materials for Unity, right? Let's find out. Yeah, we have 3 actually. We have, wow. As one might be left over from the old one though. Yeah, maybe. So let's see. We should have logo to default. Great material names as well, by the way, 3ds Max. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we have 2 default and 1 default. So I guess no name is from the previous import. Okay, so now I can change. Which one is this? Okay, that's the one we want that's blue. So there's our London Underground blue. And then this one wants to be the red, right? Oh, look at that. And now, how terribly British this station looks. How unbelievably British we look now. Fucking hell. Alright, well, I did it. I did it, I guess. Okay,
British.
That's fine. So what I can do is mirror it and put it on the other wall, on the other side. And obviously rotate it. -180. I guess it's not -180. I guess it's -270 because it's got a weird orientation on it. Whatever. I won't fight it anymore. It's all taking way too long anyway. For what I'm trying to do. Right, stick that on the wall. And then we put the station name on the thing. Right? I don't know. I still feel like, let's be honest, now is the time to nail this down, right? That does not look like that. It's too thin, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's way too thin. I need to start again. At least I know how to do it now, though. Okay, I think we start again. Let's just fucking start again. Standard primitive. Tube is what we went with. Tube. Okay, so it starts from the middle. Fuck off. Okay, it starts from the
Menace
middle.
AI, I just heard of that one today, Eka tonight.
So we make our inner, we drag it to our outer. I think that's better, isn't it? That's way better. And then we do the height or the depth or whatever. I can't really do that from this angle, but if I try and change the angle, everything disappears. This is why it's so awkward. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Who comes up with this shit? Right. I think about there, right? Then I can give it the depth. Okay. Then I can get my box. And we'll do 2 squares that way, 2 squares that way. Well, let's do 3 because it felt too thin to me before. So that looks about right. 2 squares, 2 squares. And then it needs to be like, yeah. Right, and then we move it down in the middle, and that should be... Do you think that's a lot better? That looks way better, doesn't it? Doesn't it look way better? Right, and then we have to learn how to do the material thing again. So we can press that, and then A to assign, and then that one, and A to assign, and now that one is that one, and that one is that one. Right, I know how to do that now. But wait, why is that? Oh no, it's fine. It's it's protruding out. That's what we want. All right, I think we're good. Let's save this. Underground logo. What does this do? Logo. Export it back out. Export 3D logo. Yes. Okay. There we go. Ah, looks way better. Is the blue right? The blue might not be bright. The blue needs to be a bit brighter, I think. I think we can go full red as well. And we go full red. And the blue could be a bit more. The blue's not far off. I think it's probably about there, though, isn't it? Does that look about right? Oh, I've got it the wrong way around. I must have assigned the materials the other way around. This is not even funny. No! Oh, you motherfucker. Okay, get the blue. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Right? Put the blue in the red. Put the red in the blue. Jesus Christ. Okay.
https://tamanInspot.com posted a link.
Are we good? Does it good? Does it good? I think it goods. I think it goods. I think it goods. Oh no. No, I've played this. I've got
I
this.
forgot to tell you it's also an anime game.
I played it. I have the fucking bow girl in that game with her signature weapon, by the way. Yeah, I played the shit out of that ages ago. It's shit. I like the way I said shit, even though I played the shit out of it. I was fucking bored. I don't know, I played it right. So now we can get our
Blade Dixon says
3D.
it's just a new copy of the game. They have like 100 of those games.
Yeah, Action Time Zen or something is the one I've played.
That are all the same as well, lol.
Yeah. Trash. They are trash. Okay, so Ariel. So what's the name of our station for this particular one? Harrow and Wheelstone. Weldstone, Wheelstone, I don't know, something like that. Alright, so we'll get our 3D text. Place it there. How terribly British. Oh, jolly good old chap. Looking rather spiffy, if I do say so myself. Okay, so this can be TXT.
Kikiko times 787 says, well, if it was already released, why the pre-registration then, Cappy?
Because they're re-releasing it for idiots like you who think it's new, so you'll play it and spend all your money in it and go broke. That's why. There you go, you asked, I told you. Harsh truth, but it's true. Right. Okay, so we export.
Lay Dixian says, on another stream, they started saying bloody take a break bloody. Cause this one English guy says it like every statman. Pika Quick times 787 says,
So
I'm not an idiot, Cappy.
Well, stop asking stupid questions then. Right, AI hacker. Stop with the whole, you know, gotcha. Ah, why this then, Cappy? Why this then? Shut up. No one cares. Right, models. Text Mesh Pro. Where's that Text Mesh Pro? That's fine. I'll just stick it in models. Should be fine. Text horror. Okay. 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 Models. Models. TXT horror. Which one is which one? Because I'm gonna modify it so that we have the text on it as part of the thing, and then I can just like change each part. Then that's probably the best way to do it, I would think. Okay, so there's our text.
A new update DNA came out on December 23rd according to the email I got on it.
Are you really that desperate? Are you really that desperate? That's supposed to be white. I suppose, yeah, it all depends on lighting, right? Alright, that is looking very, very official now. Might get a lawsuit. I want to see a lawsuit on its way. Alright, beautiful. Are you kidding? What? What do you mean if it's not 90? 90? Negative 90? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Alright, there we go. We've got the underground sign in full 3D, which will look a lot better as you're like coming up to it on the train, right? Because you'll see it from... Oh shit, I'm moving. All right. Now, they do put the station name like over and over and over again as you come in like down the tunnel. I have to figure out how to do that. I guess I'm gonna need like some kind of wrapping texture. I feel like the station name should probably also be on here. I mean, we can easily repeat that though. Just grab. Why would I copy the one on that side and not the one I'm fucking facing? Dumb dipshit. You dumb piece of shit. You a big dummy, eh? You stupid. Stupid copy, eh? You stupid.
It's funny when stuff like copyright around it can be more harder to be creative since you don't know what others did, unfortunately.
Stupid copy. Why you no brain, copy? Why you no brain? It's Paimon magic holding it up. Why you no brain? Of course that wouldn't be perfectly lined up with the station wall just to make it even more awkward to like fucking do. And then I guess I'm going to want one on this side. See, because I don't know which side. Well, I do know for this particular platform we come on this side, right? But like for other stations and platforms, but then that's going to be a different station name anyway. But anyway, for other stations and platforms, you may come in from the other side. So I feel like in the interest of covering all our bases, we should go ahead and put one on this side anyway. I don't know what we're doing yet. I don't know whether you're going to be able to run around this station or if you're just going to pass by it. I don't know yet. I do not know. Alright, and then aside
Some say
from,
Hoot is
like,
interested in other game updates. When the Genshin special program is on this Friday before then a week and a half later, you can enjoy that instead.
enjoy. Making a lot of assumptions about what I'd enjoy. I don't even know what you're talking about. Right, okay, so leaving the station looks great. Approaching the station, this is what we really care about. As we arrive to our destination, how does it look? Awesome. I'll be like, oh yes, I am at the right station. It says there, Harrow and Wheelstone. Looks exactly like all the other fucking stations, but you know, the sign tells me it's Harrow and Wheelstone, so why wouldn't you think it was Harrow and Wheelstone? And the map will tell you it's at Harrow and Wheelstone. Alright, what we need to do now, save it and back it up, it's the first thing. I do want to get the station name repeating as like a texture as well. This is gonna fucking take me forever. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Right, the next thing I do want to do though is we are rendering out to a map model. Ooh, also, those are supposed to be on the Harrow and Wheelstone. Look at that. Beautiful. There, let's back it up. That's the next step. I think that looks pretty good though. That does look pretty good. I would want to turn the rail off in this situation though.
Some say something is better than nothing is what I heard.
I guess we also want to add some lighting though. We want to add some lights. I need to like put tube lighting, and we need to look at some kind of bloom effect. Yeah, I need to take care of lighting. I still feel like this project needs a backup though, because that's a big milestone for me. Yeah. We'll delete copy 4. Actually, copy 4 is our newest. Let's have a look. Which ones are our newest backups? Our oldest backup is from 35 minutes past midnight, so we'll delete that one. We can delete the one at 1 AM as well. Okay, so now we've got copy. Three, copy 2, and we'll make a new copy. Beautiful.
Yeah, always good to keep backups, but some do take it to the extreme by having a backup inside another backup, and so forth.
Who does that? A backup inside a backup? What do you mean? How do you back something up inside of another backup? I mean, there isn't really a downside to having backups. If you use something like a Dropbox or a OneDrive, that will automatically keep backups. You can set it up so that it'll just automatically sync and back up in the background. There's no downside to that unless you know, are struggling to have space for it. But, you know, this is a 2 GB project. It's like nothing. But there's no downside to having 50 backup copies over 2, because in some situations something might happen to those 2 backup copies, or you need to regress further back and get something from further back, in which case you can now get it from your earlier backup copy. But I like to manually manage my backups, so I don't go too crazy, but I will do every milestone. Now, there are several things we could do and we maybe should do. So when it comes to text in Unity, like 3D World Unity, You have...
Yeah, that's why you never want a backup system
I
like
have
Genshin,
two
as since one
options.
mistake could ruin your whole project.
I have two options. I can either go 3D text, which I think is good for this. I can do something called text mesh. So if we go to the front of my train, the front of my train has some text mesh on it, where we can say station destination and line. So we can dynamically print whatever we want on there. But it's limited to flat 2D text. But what we can do is we can set transform markers for the text in the station, and we could create a little script that automatically changes the text of the station by giving it a text asset, and will automatically change the text wherever it occurs 3D text. I think that's a good idea because it's going to save me a lot of time in the future. So I'm going to create a script called station identity. And we're going to stick a station identity script on every single prefab of a station platform. And what we want to take in is a public game object of 3D text. Why doesn't it like that? Okay, it must have been a reserved name. It likes text 3D. It didn't like 3D text. I guess 3D text is reserved by text mesh or something. So text 3D, and then I will do a public texture 2D of wrap text. Okay, and then what we can do is we can make it so that the station automatically replaces its 3D signage with the one provided, and will automatically replace the wrapped banner material, which I haven't made yet, with the one that we provided. That way, every time I make a new platform, all I need to do is instantiate this, line it all up, give it a new 3D text, give it a new texture wrapping for the station name, and the script will take care of the rest. So essentially the script will rebrand the station for me. So how do you set up headers? It's not something I normally use. Okay, you open it with brackets and then you put the name inside. So we can say header station branding. And then we can say header setup. Okay. So for every single new platform, kiosk A, kiosk B, .3D lit logo A, .3D logo B. And then in branding, I can link these. Actually, I like to keep things in the same order. So if they're the same order in the hierarchy as they are in the inspector, that just keeps things nice and organized. And then I go and assign the wrong fucking thing anyway because I'm an idiot. Right, there we go. Keeps things nice and simple, then I guess still get confused. I'm something alright. Alright, so let's test this now. Obviously this is Harrow and Wealdstone. How do you pronounce it? But we know that the next station that we're going to deal with, if we go to routes and we take a look at Bakerloo Route A, our next station is going to be Paddington. Why am I clapping? I don't know. Paddington's a big deal, right? It's a big station. So I thought I'd clap. Like I said, we've already established I'm an idiot. Alright, so what might we need for Paddington? Well, for Paddington, we're obviously going to need some 3D text for Paddington.
It's lucky it's not called Flintstone.
Is it? It's lucky. It's lucky it's not called shitty ass pissed in cumfuck as well, but you know, I mean, we could go on and on, couldn't we? Right, 3D exchange, text Paddington. Luckily we have alignment tools in here. Oh, you know what went wrong? I saved it as the wrong version. It only works if you use version 2013 because it's, I don't know, it's very old. This software isn't even that old, but for whatever reason it only supports up to 2013. Apparently we saved a new file name. That doesn't really matter. Center it, ground it, that makes sure it lines up with the other one. Export to FBX. This is going straight into models. Take the -0 on because it makes no sense. Click OK, click OK again, click OK again. We now have, by Joves, TXT Paddington. Isn't that lovely? So what we should be able to do now is go to our assignment for station identity and give it the txt Paddington. And if we go into our script, we can now void on enable. We want to hot swap the 3D assets. So I'm actually going to change the way this works because it's easier to program if we actually use a list. And it'll look nicer in the inspector, so that's why I'm doing it. So instead of doing all of this shite, we'll do a list of game objects. And we'll say text 3Ds. Actually says 3DS. We get Super Nintendo as well as the London Underground now. Alright, so that's good. And then we'll do a public list of game object banners for the wrap texts. That way we can say for each game object, get object in text 3ds, we want to say vector 3 get position equals get object transform position. We want to say destroy get object. We want to say instantiate, let's say game object new object equals instantiate text 3D at transform get position. It actually wants the parent. We should probably these are very specific positions. World position should be fine. But we want a quaternion of get rotation equals get object transform rotation. We want to apply the fuck off. Fucking autocomplete. If you're gonna autocomplete, at least autocomplete it correctly. Right. Copy the rotation. Local scale is actually very specific. Scale is a weird one though, because mind you, I've started off well here in that I think Harrow and Wealdstone is probably one of the longest station names in the game. So we shouldn't have to worry about overflow with longer names. So we should get away with this. But if not, we would have had to have thought about scaling based on text size. So we'd have to measure the, what we could do is we could measure, we don't have to do this, but I'm just saying, here's how you would solve it if that was a concern, is you would measure the original size of the original text scale. You would measure the new object you're replacing it with, and you would apply an averaging calculation between the two. So you'd basically say, okay, well, we know the width can be this wide for the replacement asset. If our width is half on the new asset, then we want to double the width, right, to make it fit. And you would do that basically. But we don't need to worry about that. Get scale equals get object. We're going to use a local scale. And there's a reason why. It's like Paimon. We're going to start with a statue of the 7, and there's a reason why. She says that, but then she never tells you. She never tells you the reason why. Have you noticed? She says that right at the start of the game, but then she never actually tells you the reason why. Fucking Paimon. All right, let's see if that works then. So if this works, when we hit play, this station should magically turn into Paddington. Are you ready? I'm like David Blaine here. It's like a magic trick. Fucking camera. No reference. Oh yeah, I didn't, because I changed the, yeah. God, talk about a fucking anticlimax. Alright, it'll work now. Are you ready? I'll put that there so the camera doesn't change. Are you ready to see it magically turn into Paddington? Fuck off. Alright.
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. What do lawyers wear to court? Lawsuits.
Oh, I know why. No, I know why. I know why. It's because I didn't link the text, I linked the logo. So it deleted the logo, and the text was a child of the logo, so we lost the text as well. So I linked it wrong. So what I should have done is given it the text of 3D logo A and not the actual logo. There we go. Remember when I said it'll work this time? Well, this time it really will work, and I really do mean it this time. I know I said it last time and I was a lying piece of shit, but this time I'm telling you the truth. On guard! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Paddington, baby! Paddington! Paddington! Now, we do have a situation where it looks kind of shit, right? Because even though the scale wasn't an issue, it's kind of like it kind of left justifies it, like doing it like that. Which is kind of weird because the pivots should be centered, I think. Yeah, the pivots are centered. So how does it end up left justified? Because we grab the transform position from the original one, which should be dead center in the thing that it's going to spawn at. So then the new spawn should also spawn dead center at the same place, but it ends up looking left justified. And we did center and ground this. Yeah. That's kind of weird. And we can prove it there. There's the dummy right smack bang in the center. So why does it end up left justified? What? That doesn't make any sense. How is that happening? Because we'd take a measurement here and we'd take a measurement here. It's always going to take the measurement from the absolute position, and the absolute position will be from its axis point, and its axis point is in the middle. Let me take a closer look at this. It doesn't really make any sense why it's doing that. And its child is zeroed out. What? That's kind of strange.
Let's go stand 駆け抜けて今のこの時代をさあ輝こうもっと果てし
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if it has any idea of how and why that's happening, because I'm completely stumped.
始まる予感ときめく予感信じて走り出したら止められない未来の予想をあなたと
Welcome to Paddington, where the Paddington Bear lives.
どこまでだっていけそうなんだ自信が持てなくて弱気になる時にはあの日の気持ち思い出そうまた心信じて Let's go さあ駆け抜けて今のこの時代をさあ輝こうもっと果てしなく知らない知りたいもう諦めない期待や夢を背中に乗せ Let's fly high 飛び出そうまっすぐ前を見てさあ踏み出そう最初の一歩どんな時もみんな一つ君を待ってるあの輝く夢のステージで色づくマジックこの道の先この夢の先に
I create 3D text for the station name and I wrote a script to hot swap the asset per station. For some reason the text spawns like it's left justified, even though the pivot is clearly set in the middle and child mesh renderers are at local 000. Any idea why? This behavior is expected for Unity 3D text and is not a pivot bug. You are running into mesh generated alignment, not transform alignment. The short version, the transform pivot is centered, but the generated text mesh is not. Oh, wait. So, yeah, the alignment is left. So if I generate the text with center alignment, that should fix the issue then, shouldn't it?
やるしかないさ君の失敗間違いどっちでもいいその全てがあのゴールへと
Oh, but also, yeah, oh no, it might be in the way I was placing it, because I'm just used to doing this. I suppose I'm left justifying the text. No, because we set, but that still doesn't make a sense, because we center its pivots and everything. Okay, so I guess if I click it on this origin, put it at 000 in here, save it as 2013, Harrow, yes. Bring it into here, center it and ground it, export it. Is my thing running? No, okay. So text Harrow, overwrite, yes. Okay. Then do the next station, which is Paddington, And now we have our... That's crazy though. So the text justification for the 3D model retains despite axis and pivot points.
One fact about when I do
of
pre-register
3D
for the games when they released, I don't play them all.
Which would suggest that there is something else at play within 3D topology that I don't even know about that's overriding it. That's kind of nuts. Oh fuck. Did I say it was the wrong type? Okay, we replaced both text assets with new FBXs, and they've completely disappeared from the scene, so we need to start again, I think. They say they're here though. Yeah, I don't know. That kind of fucked them up. Alright, let's start again. So we go to our models. We bring in TXT Haron Wheelstone. Wait, is it rotated or weird now? What is happening? How can that be zero? Can that really be zero? Oh, you son of a penis breath. Okay. That's not even logo A, I guess that's logo B. Yeah. So that wants to be minus 90? No. That wants to be 0. No. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? What? How does that make sense? X, I thought that was X. No, X rotation is up though, right? But then Y rotation should be 0. What? Well then why does make negative 90 make it rotate in the same way? What? That makes no sense. Why is the fucking gizmo being really awkward? Yeah, so that's suggesting it wants to be at 360, but then when I manually set it to 360, it becomes... It goes the other way. What the fuck is happening? That makes no sense. What the fuck is going on with these rotations? This is actually going insane. It feels like the number I type in and the number it transmits when I rotate it with the gizmo are completely... different from each other. I guess I'll do it manually with a gizmo then. So if I correct that to -90, it should line up. Oh, it is now. I tried that 1,000 fucking times. Didn't want to do it. Right, whatever. Boy, this is annoying. Right. Okay, so we have our station name. I've forgotten whether kiosk was before or after in the hierarchy, but I'm too worried about it right now. I remember the kiosk isn't lined up with the wall. I remember that. My projects get stranger and stranger the older I get. Okay. Why are you like that? Why? Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Come back! Stop! 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 I fucking hate this. That would be... Wait, that's X. Oh yeah, because it's weird, right? No, that's not X. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Well, what the fuck? Man, this drives me insane. I wish it made sense. Why is Unity like this? Like, X and Y become inverted when it comes to rotations. It's so weird. Okay, so there's our station name there. That one would be kiosk A. We'll make a kiosk B, which we're about to move. That's 3D logo A. That's 3D logo B. We can now set up our branding. I suppose it doesn't really matter what order we do this in anymore, because it does a for each anyway. If this doesn't work, then I'm at a loss. So that was -90.1, so it should be... This is what I mean, right? So, oh no, 90 is 90 degrees though. So it would be +90 or 91, I guess. Or 89. Or some other fucking random number that it wants to be. How about that? How about that? You like that? You don't like that. It's 91, isn't it? 91? It's not even 91. Well, what the fuck do you want to be then? 90? Well, you are lined up with the wall on this side, but you're not lined up with the wall on the other side. What the fuck's wrong with you? Stupid piece of shit. Whatever. I'm done fighting with this thing. Right. Okay, so there you go. Now it's all set. And we should be able to hit play. And it should center this time. That was a lot of work just to make a fucking thing center, I'll tell you that. That's so fucking weird though. To be honest, I don't know what fixed it, because there was two things I was doing differently, right? I was using non-justified centered text, which you may think is the real reason it wasn't working, but I think it's the other thing. Here's why that shouldn't matter, right? Center justified text is only useful when text is relating to itself. In other words, I think the point of that option is if you want one line and another line, you see how it's centered in relation to itself. Whereas if I left it, then it's left in relation to itself, right? But this shouldn't affect geometry at all, because all this tool does is create 3D text out of the letters, right? And that 3D text becomes one singular mesh. That one singular mesh doesn't know anything about how it was generated. It's just mesh. But what else I changed this time, and I think this is the thing that did it, is I centered, I put the text at the origin point, whereas I'm used to, so that the reason it was left justified, I think, is because I was placing the mesh at this point here, which essentially would be the same as left justification, because I'm just used to doing that with text, I guess. I never really thought about it before. But I guess that would create a left justification effect. Yeah. So I guess I kind of learned something from that. That now I know how to left justify, center justify, right justify text in 3D. And it will actually follow the transform rules. I guess that makes sense though. So if you want to do hot swapping like this, you could actually have some control over the text justification. So that is quite a neat trick to learn, actually. That's quite a neat trick to learn. I would say, however, that I do think Paddington looks a bit shit with the text being that small. On the logo. Like, why is it so small? Well, the reason it's so small is because Harold and Wheelstone, it's the size that Harold and Wheelstone had to be to fit in the sign, right? But Paddington is much shorter text. It's not the end of the world, but I do think it's kind of unnecessarily small now. I'm just wondering if it's worth putting some kind of scaling override in for smaller names. I would say that for Harold and Wheelstone, the text fits nicely in the sign, but for Paddington, the text looks way too small. Obviously, the scale was optimized for longer names so they don't overflow, but I wonder if we can apply a scale override for shorter names. Is it possible to measure the mesh width and scale accordingly? Yes, this is absolutely possible, and it is a standard solution for signage systems where text length varies. You do not want to hard code per name overrides. You want to measure the rendered mesh width, then scale the text so it fills a target width without overflowing. Below is the correct approach with Text Mesh Pro specific guidance. I'm not using Text Mesh Pro. Wait, does Text Mesh Pro let you create 3D text? Have I been... Wait, what? Is that a thing now? There's no fucking way that's a thing. I bet it is. I never even thought about it. That might be a thing, you know. But, nah, I'm not too bothered. I'll keep doing it the way I've been doing it, because then we've got consistency. It's not exactly hard to, like, write all... It would take me, like, what, fucking 10 minutes to type all the station names and export them out as assets. It's not that hard.
Some do more comfortable using the software they are already familiar with than trying something new instead.
I'm not actually using text mesh for this. I didn't even know text mesh supported 3D text. I'm actually using an old tool, Sketchfab, and importing the text as FBX mesh. Can we still apply the scaling? Yes, you can still do this cleanly even with imported FBX text measures. The approach is slightly different, but the principle is identical. Measure the mesh bounds in world or local space. Then scale it to fit a target width. Because this is static geometry, it's actually simpler than Text Mesh Pro. What you measure instead of TMP bounds. For imported meshes, you measure mesh renderer dot bounds world space. Okay, so what we should do is find out what the syntax is for that. So it's float mesh width equals combined bounds dot size dot x. So what we'll do is for unenable, we're gonna export this code out to a auto replace function. So we'll drop that into auto replace, and then we can put our new code in here. Do this. Fucking vomits all over my fucking hierarchy every fucking time. I really wish it didn't do that. It's such a pain in the ass. combined bounds. What is combined bounds? Bounds. Combined bounds equals new bounds. Can we just say equals MR bounds?
Give me a piece, I say cheese, 'cause this is my magic spell that makes the camera take your pictures, flash drives away your sorrows. We'll find shows tomorrow, will be a great day to hang out, even if there are always worries you can't hide. I'm by your side. Let's change outfits, uniforms don't define who we are. Let me clean out and shine like the sunshine star. When I try this at first, and just while I'm doing all this will put me to sleep. Getting annoyed, willful, moody, stubborn, zero tempered, hating I scare you. Okay, need some space, I won't cut you off. Whenever you need me, know that I'll find my way. Just like how sharks find a
The
prey.
fuck?
Okay, give me a good sign, and now let me teach you. Yeah, I'm not as bad.
Float mesh width is combined bounds dot size dot x. I'm gonna kill somebody. This is very, very complicated. So we define, right, let's do it in order. Declare bounds, combined bounds as new bounds. Combined bounds is mesh renderer local bounds. Then mesh width is combined bounds size x. Then debug mesh width. Why isn't it letting me do it? Can I convert? Oh, because we're doing it in capture. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, okay, I'm a fool. That's why it was tripping me up. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, then we need to do same again for mesh renderer MRB is text 3D get component mesh renderer. No, it's still dot transform dot find though, right? And for Paddington, I can't copy that. Fuck. I can copy any though. Get component mesh renderer bounds combined bounds B is combined is new bounds. Combined bounds B is mesh renderer B local bounds. Mesh width B is combined bounds B dot size dot x. Mesh width B. Okay. Run it. Also check for the debug.log. Clear it. Right. Okay. Wait, why is that not... It was doing this last night. It's doing some weird... It's like it takes time. Yeah, it is. It's because it takes time for the debug write to file function to get its hook in. So we need to run it manually again so that it goes into debug.log. There we go. Okay, so Harrot and Wheelstone mesh bounds. I'm going to run the auto replace function after that runs, because I'm going to need to dump out the local scale before and the local scale after. I need to dump the local scale. Before running auto replace then. So we're going to debug dot log. Okay. Is this overkill? Maybe. This is doing it properly though, right? Because what I want to do is I want some control over exactly how this appears, you see. So we need to do a for each in text 3Ds. For each game object, get object in text 3Ds, debug.log. Then what I need is a public bool log new scales. And then in log new scales, I'm going to do a void update if log new scales equals false for each. It's basically this. They won't be linked though after the replace, will they? Because we destroy the original objects. That's true. Should we reassign them? Shit, that's true. We do destroy the original objects, so they'll all end up being null. But we can't iterate through a list if we're destroying it. If we were going to do this properly, holy shit, this shows how complicated it is. What we would really need to do is copy the list in memory, destroy the entities through the copied list, clear the original list, and then reinstantiate the list from the new copies. Then we can iterate through the copies of the new copies and then dump the scales for the new models for the new. I guess, yeah, for this purpose, I could just do it manually in Inspector. I'll just do it manually in Inspector. Yes, I'm right. It will lose. I might need to do that anyway, though, because stations will be... See, platforms will be switched on and off during gameplay because they are going to be instantiated and switched on as the player is approaching a platform. So this script at the moment is good at swapping the names one time and one time only. But if it's reactivated, which it will be, and then it tries to swap the signs again, those are going to generate null references unless I do something about it. So like I said, the correct way to do it really is to create a copy of the original assets, destroy and replace them from the copied list, then clear the original list and redump in the newly spawned assets into that list so that we don't end up with 4 null reference exceptions. And then it could run infinitely then, it doesn't really matter. I'm just wondering if I should do that now. Because we're also going to need one for banners as well. Okay, so we'll construct 2 lists in memory, and then what we need to do is when we hot swap, we first need to copy the list. So what we should be doing is for each game object, get object in text 3Ds. The first thing we need to do is make sure that copy text is cleared. So if it ran previously, it doesn't copy it 1,000 times. And then for each game object, get object, and text 3Ds, we need to say copy texts, add, get object. So we make a copy of the original list of replacement assets. Then we iterate through each game object, get object in copy texts. And then we destroy...
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. I just watched the documentary about beavers. It was the best damn show I ever saw.
Good for you. Right. We iterate through the copied lists, then we destroy and replace and instantiate the new objects. But as we're instantiating the new object, what we need to do is we can then clear the original lists. So we do text 3Ds clear, and then as we instantiate the new object, we say text 3Ds add new object. Okay, that then gives us a list in memory that we hot swap with, and a list of replaced objects that then define the new objects. That not only makes this debug possible without me fucking around with it in the editor, it also means that if stations are reinstantiating themselves, which they will be, platforms, that code can run forever. It doesn't work one time and one time only, because it basically updates and replaces its public list. All right, so what we should be able to do now is clear the log. We're going to hit play, but we're going to give it a moment to let everything else build. There's our log, there's our scales. So we have a scale for kiosk, sign, sign. These should now look, these now point to Paddington signs, because we copied and updated the lists. So when we do the next dump manually, these will be correct. Paddington is fine, honestly. I don't think the text should be made any bigger for the kiosk. I think it's fine. I think it needs to be bigger. .08. So if we go back and hit log new scales, there we go, we got our number out. Okay. Where did I get? Oh yeah, 1.333. All right, so we add a calculate scale from width helper function. I do love GPT for shit like this. GPT is great for shit like this. Applying it during replacement. Important, reset scale to vector 3.1 before measuring bounds if your prefab is not neutral scaled. Why should not reuse get scale? Your current logic copies scale blindly. Fucking head's killing me today. I gotta go have a pizza as well now. But I get migraines, so it's cheese is going to make my head even worse. Mr. Daily, I could eat what I fucking wanted. Inside auto replace before assigning scale. I don't know. It worked. It worked fine before. It's trying to warn me about some weird legacy scaling thing, but I think it's full of shit. Oh, of course you've got get component in children. Wait, does that get component is singular, children is plural? So does it just get the first component it finds in children that matches the declaration? That's weird. Alright, let's try it. See if it works. So it should now automatically change the size of the assigned text because it should know all the values. I think we left it off, so I'll have to turn it back on again. Also, I don't need that bool anymore. It moved. What? It's no longer vertically aligned. It all moved up. I don't understand why though. It does scale it correctly, but it moves up. Okay, I'm gonna debug it slightly. We want local position and local. Yeah, no, also I didn't want. Also, it fucked up, right? Because it scaled. It scaled the kiosk one as well, whereas I didn't want it to scale the kiosk one. I only want it to do the scale if okay, so basically we need to say if copy texts index of get object is 2, or copy texts index of get object is 3, then that should be outside of the thing there. Yeah, that is the only time I want to apply it. But also I want yeah, okay, fuckity fuck. I know, okay, I think I might know. No, because scale is working fine. Yeah, and we're using world position, so that doesn't make sense. What does happen though when this happens is the parent changes, because we don't respawn the new text onto the same parent, so that would change local space from its relative position. However, I could understand how that might fuck with local scale, because that's a local calculation, right? But we use world position and world rotation, right? So world position is world position. It doesn't matter what its parent is, it will go to where we tell it to go regardless of its parent. So even though the parent changes during this transition, it shouldn't affect position. It could only affect scale. Now interestingly, scale is fine, position is not. Let's do a little debug. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to this sign and we're going to grab the txt harrow, which is the game object with the text on it. We're going to copy the world position and we're going to make a note of it. We're going to paste it in here. Then we're going to run the code. And we're going to do the same thing again. Now it's going to move because it's going to change, right? And its parent also changes. But if we click it, we should find it. There it is. It's text Paddington clone. And we're going to copy its world position. And we're going to paste it in here. Because I want to see if mathematically it does move. So it's Y position. Interesting. Still at 0, 0, 0. So maybe it is the parent that's causing it. Its world position is exactly the same. And it scales from the center like we would expect. So why does it move up? Its world position remains the same. Holy shit, we're down to 30 FPS in here. Why? Why would we be down to 30 FPS? Is the kiosk fixed? What I think I'm going to need to do is manually assign the signs transform parent. Yeah, the kiosk is fine. Let's come around to the other side and make sure it's good. Yeah, it's fine on the other side as well. Okay, I think it's got to be a... I don't know how or why though, but I think it comes down to parent transforms. I think that's what's causing it. Okay, so the way we fix this, something about scaling it locally on a different parent is causing it to appear to move up, even though its world position remains exactly the same, which is weird. That's the only thing I can think of that might be causing it. So in setup, what we're going to do is we're going to link a public transform of fuck it, we'll do a list. Alright, sign parents. Well, wait, the sign parent is the sign though, right? Which we already have linked. That's true. Yeah, that's true. We don't need that. I just needed to do a better job of coding it. Yeah. I just need to do a better job of coding it. Because transform, this is correct for the kiosk. But it moved up on the kiosk as well, so I don't think it is the parent. Yeah, think about that, right? We don't change parents on the kiosk, but it still appeared to move up on the kiosk when it was scaled. Now, I fixed it because it's not supposed to scale on the kiosk, but I did notice that it moved up on the kiosk as well. Now, the kiosk's parent didn't change because the kiosk's parent is the platform, but it still moved up. So I don't think it's the parent causing it. Something to do with the way it's being scaled. We probably should set the parent, instead of saying this transform, although we want to set, the thing is we want to set the transform. That's where it gets super fucking awkward. We want to set the parent before we fuck with local scale, because local scale depends on parent. Okay. So all we need to do is say if index, if copy texts index of game object get object is greater than 1, fucking hell, man, what the fuck are you doing to me? Index copy text index of get object is greater than 1. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, because we have to close the bracket there. Yeah. Okay. And then we do want the bracket there. Right, so index of get object is greater than 1. Then new object transform parent equals get object transform. Okay, let's see what that does. That should give it the same parent that it had originally. I don't think it's going to fix it though. The reason why I don't think it's going to fix it is because the kiosk did the same thing and the kiosk didn't change parents. What the fuck? That made it disappear altogether. What? Where did it go? Wait, what? Oh, we should have said new object parent. Yeah, we tried, oh, I know what happened. We tried to assign the old transform before destroying it, so we destroyed it along with the transform. We basically assigned it to a parent and then shot the parent and killed the child along with her. Not recommended. See, I told you it wouldn't fix it. I am so confused right now as to what's causing that. This is baffling me. The scaling works great, but the text seems to move up slightly and I cannot understand why this is happening. I even checked world positions which remain the same before and after the scaling. Any idea why this is happening? It's not baffling once you look at what is actually being scaled. Nothing is wrong with Unity and nothing is wrong with your math. What you're seeing is a visual translation caused by scaling geometry that is vertically offset from its pivot. Scaling does not move the transform. It moves the vertices relative to the pivot. Yeah, I know that. Thanks. Yeah. But why? But it scales from the center, right? So why would it move up? I centered this. I 100 billion million % centered it. See? It scales from the center. Like, if I scale it back down to what it was, it still moves up. So if it's trying to gaslight me to say that it's not scaling from the center. Import text meshes, Sketchfab, Blender Max, etc. almost always have pivot at some convenient authoring point. Geometry offset upward so the baseline sits on y equals 0. No, that's not it. What about the local position? I'm fucking sick of Jibbity trying to gaslight me. Like, the thing is, right, I know it's not, like, real or anything, and it doesn't have intelligence, but people do this to me, and it pisses me off. When people are like, oh, it's this really obvious... Now, to be fair, you can miss obvious things sometimes. But, like, especially when I'm doing something like this, it's never going to be something... Well, okay, again, I shouldn't say that, because sometimes it can be. But, like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of the times it's like, oh, let me tell you it's this obvious thing that you would think, which would be the first thing you'd think might be the obvious thing. Like, if, like, it's the kind of thing I would suggest to a complete noob, right? And I think that's why I get, like, touchy about it, because it's like, well, fucking hell, you don't think I checked that? Like, those are, like, rookie things, right, that everybody knows. Like, you learn these in, like, the first fucking couple of months of using Unity. So it's not going to be anything like that. Like, what, now that I'm, like, fucking 13 years deep or whatever, do you know what I mean? Like, and I understand Unity pretty well, I would say, over that course of time. I do know it very well, to be fair. You know, I'm not gonna get tripped up by something super obvious. Yeah, sometimes you can miss things, but, like, I don't know. That's a very rare occasion. It's normally something like if I'm saying that this thing is baffling me, it means I've checked all the obvious things, right? It means I literally cannot find a reason why something is happening. And as well as I understand Unity, there's something, you know, really bizarre happening, or some really obscure thing happening, usually, in order for me to be that confused. Let's grab the local position. Oh, interesting. No, we're telling it to assign itself as the parent. How do I find the parent? The parent is... Oh, because the parent is 3D logo. Yeah, which object isn't referenced? Yes, I was right originally. I do need to list the logo parents. I do need to list the logo parents. Yeah, okay, this is still probably what I think it is. I didn't notice that my attempt to reassign the parent was unfounded. Because, obviously, yes, I'm trying to assign it to itself. I do need to reference the logos as parents. So logo A becomes the parent, and logo B becomes the parent. Then we can say... transform parent equals logo parents at position index minus 2, I think it would be, because our index is going to be 2 and 3. Yeah, it's it's index of -2. So okay, we will need to return that integer. So we're going to do get index equals index of get object. Then we can say if get index is greater than 1, logo parents at get index -2. What are you doing is the parent. There we go. That's what I should have done. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is probably going to fix it. This is probably going to fix it. What the fuck? It actually didn't. Hey, the scaling worked even better now though. So it was affecting scaling. It was affecting scaling, but it hasn't affected the parent. The position. Alright, this is really confusing.
Mind is racing, left to right, 365, call me obsessed, a witch. I don't mind, cause my ideas are one of a kind. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Lines occur, systems like controllers. My intelligence proves my excellence. Next to my machines, you don't stand a chance. Yeah, I made all of it from inside out, every little inch. Yeah, look at all my children, piece by piece, I put my heart into it. Yeah, you can hear its beat, they have emotions if you face up to it. Yeah, I created it, somehow I feel like part of it.
Nothing is moving. Your local position is being recomputed, not preserved, because you are changing scale after parenting. The parent has rotation and/or scale. Unity must recalculate local position from world space. Floating point math plus rotated parents equals tiny deltas. That change is expected and unavoidable unless you control the order of operations. Why world position stays the same but local changes? Unity guarantees this invariant. World position is authoritative. Local position is derived. You're full of shit. I'm sick of the fucking gaslighting, Unity. I'm telling you right now, if I put that original local position, that doesn't make any sense. It's gaslighting the shit out of me. Right. I get what it's saying. I know what it means, but it's wrong about this, right? Here's the reason it's wrong, right? It thinks that rescaling the object would change local position relative to its parent because of minor changes in scaling that causes like drift or whatever, right? That's not true. That's true if it wasn't scaling from the center, but it is scaling from the center. That local position should be the same as what it was originally. Now we could just record the original local position, I guess, since we can debug it. In fact, let's put that in as the fix, right? I'm going to do private float original height. And I'm going to say, before we auto replace, I'm going to say original height equals text 3Ds at position 2 dot transform dot position dot y local position. Right, then we're gonna say, oh shit, we need the height, the local position on, no, the local position should be the same on the other sign, because the other sign's literally the same object. So the height should work on both sides, to be fair. So then here, when we do the transform parent, I'm also going to say, after all is said and done, we're going to say if getIndex was greater than 1, new object transform local position, this is going to get a little bit messy, equals new vector 3. We could just start as a vector 3. Then we don't have to construct a new vector out of it. Let's start as a vector 3. That makes more sense. And we'll just do original local. I'm just going to call it fix local. So we're going to do fix local equals position 2 transform local position. Then we can just say local equals fix local. Right, I want to see if this fixes it, because I'm convinced it will. And this proves that GPT is gaslighting the shit out of me and has no idea what the fuck it's talking about. You're so full of shit, GPT. I swear if I put that back to its original local height, it'll be in the center. Did it actually work though? This is even more confusing. This makes no sense. It's not even Y. Wait, that is kind of weird. It's not even Y. Wait, why is what? Oh, because of the way it was modeled. Wait, no, I'm still confused. Oh yeah, because the sign was modeled on the ground, and the text was modeled on the ground. So Y brings it up from the ground, I guess. Wait, what? That's still confusing as fuck. So Z is up and down. Yeah, I guess because the parent was built on the ground up and it's being rotated to face us. So up is now towards us. Yeah, that's just weird because that's not the way it normally works, right? So wait, it's actually Z we should be paying closer attention to then, right? So Z of 0.36 is what would look good. I don't know. That doesn't make any fucking sense. What it's saying doesn't make any sense. I need a break. I need to get some food. So I'm going to leave it there. But yeah. Final word. Final rant. No, here's the reason it doesn't make any sense, right? Is because when I did my measuring part, and I was like, hey, let's find out how big this text wants to be when it's shorter, right? I leave the text exactly where it is, and all I do is I scale it to fit, and it's still centered, right? So if its world position is the same at that size, and its local position is the same at that size, which it obviously is. I didn't have to fucking move it when I scaled it. Fair enough if I had to move it when I scaled it, then we'd want to change the position as well. But that's my point, right? The position shouldn't ever need to change because that should always be in the center, which it is. You can clearly see that it is because I built it that way. So the gaslighting from Jibbity is just really pissed me off. Because I like to know why, right? I don't like not knowing why things happen. And this one is kind of confusing me because its explanation doesn't make any sense. Like, it would make sense if I had to move it after scaling it, sure. If it wasn't scaling from the center, sure. If there was some other weird parenting problem where local scale was being affected by the parent, sure. But I've covered every single one of those bases and it's still happening. So, like, and its explanation of like, oh yeah, you big dummy, obviously it's not scaling from the center, that's why it looks like it's moving. Fuck off, Jibbity. I'm not a fucking ape. Alright? Like, I could tell if that was the case, and that's not the fucking case, so shut up. But Jibbity will piss me off. You know why? Because Jibbity can never just say, oh, I don't know. Jibbity can't just say, oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a mystery. Or give me like a sensible thing to check, you know what I mean? Like, oh, well, I don't know. Check this, check that. I think it pisses me off more when it's like, oh, it's something really obvious that you know, that a toddler would know. And it's like, no, it's actually fucking not, you piece of shit. But thank you for assuming I'm an idiot. I think I need a break. I've got a headache as well. I've had a headache all day. But we did good. I mean, look, our station's like, and like, to be fair, like, I could fucking just manually put all these signs. Like, the past God knows how many hours I've dedicated to fucking changing signs dynamically. The amount of time I've spent working on this stupid fucking problem. I could have probably set up another 6 platforms and manually placed the text where I needed it, right? But that's not why I do this, right? I don't build things to have a built thing. Does that make sense? I don't build things to have a built thing. What I mean is I don't really care that much about the final thing that's made, if I'm being honest. I care more about the journey of building it. It's the experience of building it. It's the finding all these weird and wonderful, unique problems and then finding unique and weird and wonderful ways to solve them. That's the part I enjoy. So, like, I don't really care that much what comes out at the end. I mean, obviously I do. Like, I want it to be good and I want it to work and I want to be able to look at it and say, yeah, I made that, and look at all the things we implemented along the way to get it to work. Yeah, there's some cool shit in this project already. But sometimes I will spend, like, I will admit, like, is this really a hill worth dying on? Probably not. But I don't know, like, it's again, it's always these weird things, right? This should be way easier than the rail system. and the tunnel mesh generation system and the rail generating system and all the other cool things I've done in this project, you would think placing a fucking sign, placing some text on a sign would be a much easier problem to solve dynamically than all the other shit that I've managed to solve up to this point. But that's obviously the way these things go sometimes. That actually ends up not being the case. So yeah, I don't know. I get super like I get like super engrossed when I come across a new mystery. And it can be the dumbest mystery ever, you know, like why is this thing moving up? But if it's a mystery to me, then I'm just gonna like spend an insane amount of time trying to get to the bottom of it. Because I always like to know that I'm not living in the Matrix or whatever, and there is a reason for everything. And I like to know the reasons. So I don't know. It's just the way I am, I guess. So when I don't understand something or something isn't making sense and it seems to defy all logic, I think that bums me out the most. Love my little... I think my little tube wall is great. That's such a good solution. I might want to give it a different look though. Yeah, it looks better like that. It looks like you're going off into like darkness, you know. It looks like you go... We could go really... It just does. It just looks like you're going, oh, it's getting dark. It's dark and scary in there. It's dark and scary in there. Because it is dark and scary in there. Like I will admit, like it is kind of weird, right? Like when you ride these networks, you can't help but feel like... I suppose it's the same when you get on a plane, right? Like every time you get on a plane, there's this little voice in the back of your head that's like, oh God, what if something goes wrong? What if what if something happens to the plane? What if lightning strikes in the wrong place at the wrong time? What if, right? And you get on a boat, what if we hit an iceberg? And this one I think is particularly grueling. Like as you go into one of these tunnels and you can't help but think, oh my God, what if we get halfway through the fucking tunnel and the thing just fucking conks out and they just can't get it running again? Like, what if we end up stuck here? It's a rather grueling prospect. All right, I'm gonna leave there, get some food. But yeah, I don't fucking know. Again, like it doesn't even matter, right? Like whether I fix... And it's not like I need to fix this problem to get this game running, right? There are other ways I could address the problem. But yeah, I don't know. I find that I'm willing... Like, how do I put this? Like when you first start out in this, you do that a lot, right? I feel like I did that a lot for the first 6 or 7 years of Unity, where you kind of have to make compromises. You have to kind of keep saying, oh, I can't quite figure out how to fix that, so we'll move on and we'll find a workaround, or we'll move on and we'll do this, and we'll move on and we'll do that, or we'll do this a different way, or we won't do this idea, we'll have a different idea. And the more compromises you make, the further away from the thing that you're actually trying to do you get, I think. But as you get better and better and better, you find that you have to make less of those compromises, because like you'll always find ways, right? It's like, okay, we have a problem, and then you get to like a third point, and this is the point where I might think. So you go from like making compromises and saying, oh, we'll work around it, or we won't do that thing, or we'll do something else, or we'll find a way to, fake it till we make it. Then you get into a stage where you're like, okay, we'll address the big problems and get the big you know, the main things sorted without compromises. But then, you know, we'll we'll do a couple of workarounds here and there when we need to. We'll patch over problems, and we'll, you know, we'll find ways to get exactly what it is that we want out of it, even though it might not be the most efficient way of doing it or the best solution or whatever. But I feel like then you get to a point where it's like, okay, no shortcuts, no excuses, no compromises, no patches. You're going to build the thing from the ground up. It's going to do exactly what you want it to do. It's going to be as efficient as possible. It's going to make as much sense as possible. I don't know, you get to a point where you like, it's almost like the difference I imagine between someone who just cooks a meal, you know, for themselves versus like a top chef cooking like a, you know, a real, coming up with a new recipe or whatever for a restaurant, cooking a real gourmet or whatever meal. It's like at a certain point you kind of want to take pride in it and really push and challenge yourself and really do as much as you possibly can. Yeah, again, I don't suppose they would have misaligned though, would they? You know, so like in the same way that top chef making a top meal probably isn't going to open a tin of peas and say, yeah, all right, this'll do. We couldn't get our delivery of fucking petit pois fresh organic pea shoot things, right? I was going to open a tin of Asda fucking peas and shot them in. Like, yeah, a chef's not going to want to do that for their, like, you know, big fucking cook-off gourmet challenge. But when they get home, you know, after a long night's work and they just need something quickly to tide them over while their family's screaming at them and they're all hungry, you know, tin of Asda peas is fine. It's whatever. Right. Yeah, this looks really good. I'm really proud of this. I am really proud of this. I think getting rid of the pillars was a great idea. It's crazy how much of a difference that made, how much more British it looks as well. It's kind of crazy. All right, I'll leave it there. Get some food. Bye.